Right. Okay, near the end of day 3. Things to do. I don't want to talk to those people, I don't like them. Not that either. Consult the wind if you don't know what to do. I don't fucking know. Okay, so I think this is Boardwalk, right? No bullet traces other than that. Nothing.
There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off.
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Okay. What was I about to fucking say? I want to forge documents. We need to find a private place to forge documents. I want to see Gart. Once it turns 9 o'clock, we need to go find that guy. And
the once bright mural towers
3%.
above me, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Shivers. We have some stuff we can wear to improve shivers, I think. Shivers. So we have some there, and we have a lot of skill points. So I mean, I can just max out my shivers, and that should be like a pretty good chance to pass that. There aren't many of these. I mean, there's quite a lot of them there, but none I'm particularly interested in. I don't know why it's still showing this. This isn't something I can do anymore. It's gone. The only thing we really have to do is these shitty side quests I'm not all interested in. And that Shivers one, so.
The library card is folded. Billy is a unisex name. Could be whoever owns this card. Most of these, if lost, you should first decide what to do with the corpse before you take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12. You take the legal documents out. The pen is shaking in your hand. You take the legal documents out of them. With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you see on the signature line? Indeed, they look distinctly different and very convincing. These might as well be their actual signatures, but they're not. And the document will be nullified if they dispute it. That means Everard will have to start over. All you need to do now is mail the signatures to Everard's accountant in La Delta. There was a mail delivery box in the plaza, near the corner of the bookstore.
Okay.
Yes?
Never mind. Might have fucked up by leaving the boardwalk body. Oh well. Okay, so I want to... How do we fast travel? Oh, fuck it. It doesn't take that long to get around anyway. Just mail these, talk to Gart, give him this bird thing. We don't need Gart anymore, so we can buy this shirt.
What a shirt. All other shirts pay out.
That gives us shivers. I feel bad now, because I took the bribe from Everard, but now I don't need that money.
The tin, your bottles clump.
Wonder how that tribunal thing will happen. I don't honestly know what they mean by tribunal. I assume they just mean they're gonna start a ruckus. Anything? No. Is that time gated? Oh, the music was just starting. We also need to talk to you.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Goodness. How is he?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up somewhere.
Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long, but I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
She doesn't sound or even really look that old. Her face looks old, but
You haven't,
otherwise...
however. There are dangers out there. Our aging bodies fail.
Can I help you? What is this thing?
No.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
Okay. Why am I dropping frames? Game? Mailbox. That's you.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you. Drop the white envelope. About a week's worth of mail as collected and probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything, he won't know before it's too late. That woman's gone. Turns out the game is quite generous with money. It really is. You do not need to take that bribe whatsoever. The game deliberately makes you really anxious by making it really limited the first couple of days, but the moment you find a bag, you get a massive chunk of money out of the tear, and then by day 3, you'll get that room for free anyways. There's just some massive disadvantages using that room. A little bit scared now that he's gonna know what we've done and immediately call us out on it, fucking kill us. Actually, yeah, let's see.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing signal. What can Everard Clare do for you today?
Actually, he refuses to discuss it further. It's probably...
The Golden Boy returns once more. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done you're in my inner circle.
See, forging that signature really well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry...
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it. As I said, she's a...
We might be looking at someone with a medical history.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go...
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Might as well ask.
You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. I'm listening, Harry. Great. This has been so great. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a
Smooth talking? Maybe that's the way to go about open. Date of birth generator.
I totally forgot about this.
You were born in the year 07.
Yeah.
In the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell in the old military hospital.
-1
on the
difficulty
ground
to
floor,
all
where
physique
people usually
passes.
came to die during a
Is that going to help with shivers then? So I mean it just makes all physical ones easier? So many fucking skill points saved up. Game is way more generous than it makes you think it is. What's chance to be too past this now?
before the cargo container.
Still pretty low. Oh fuck. What can I do in my time? We've passed just 13 minutes, so we can hunt down that guy at 9. Fuck, where can I... What can I do to burn just 13 minutes? Is all I need. I love that right below find a murder weapon we have find speed and sniff it. Why is this stairway so fucking awful? Right. Can you burn some of my time?
Right to work!
What's the
When a
strike?
hunt beats me,
There's something odd in the way he... Fine. It was probably...
Okay, we're at past 1 minute, so I suppose we can just talk to someone over and over if I want to. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Give me a moment. It's
An orgy.
Just mash it, just... Fuck, it's not... Because it's dialogue we've been through before, it's not...
All she hasn't...
ask away, police.
She mumbled.
Fuck.
It's better.
And all she hasn't spoken.
I need to talk to people and exhaust every possible fucking dialogue option. Oh, okay.
Hello again, esteemed officer. Okay, but please, only the curse. It's the curse of fire. Everyone knows there's something wrong with this building. It's not...
Wow. Void.
Yes, the wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect... Oh, there are numerous...
Desert doesn't seem like the spill.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and discount. Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of... Yes, the Simonees are very crafty, and they're... Oh, there are numerous...
Desert doesn't seem like the...
Sir, I am well... Sir, besides, this would only... Oh, there are numerous...
Desert doesn't seem...
Sir, I am... My voice, too much money even. Oh, there are new...
Desert doesn't seem like...
Sir, discount is the curse. It's the... Everyone knows there's something wrong with this building. I can tell you. The curse. It's the curse. It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. There's something wrong with this... The curse. It's the curse. But, officer, there's something wrong with it. It's not...
Wow. Void rave.
Yes, the wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that... Yes, the Simonees are very crafty, and their wards are extremely Oh, there are numerous...
Desert doesn't seem...
Sir, I am well educated in the You're right. The bookstore wasn't even... My husband, but being cultured doesn't offer... Oh, there are new...
Desert doesn't seem like the...
Sir, I am well educated in the... You're right. Well, my husband would definitely being cultured.
This is a bit silly, having to exhaust every fucking
Goodness.
possible dialogue choice.
Everything is on the shelves.
She smiles and...
Come on. There we go, okay.
A small...
Oh, actually, look at it.
Wonderful brow
It's past an extra minute or two because it said past 9 o'clock.
Quite intense after a while. For playing with friends, I'd recommend suzerainty.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we can go look for a fella. Hopefully that will take us up to 10 o'clock. Then 10 o'clock we can go get our gun, and then after we get the gun, I think there's nothing left to do other than brute force those shivers, or we can go to sleep and then do shivers first thing tomorrow. I don't know if there's any point where like the game forces you to go to sleep. What the fuck am I doing? Oh yeah.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is back, and his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
My cat wanted to treat. I just remembered there's that bunker we found up north. But I don't see how breaking into a military bunker is going to help us. Because like, if we can't get in there, then Ruby can't get in there. It wasn't exactly big, it was just like a fucking shed. So I don't think there's much of interest in there. Other than maybe a murder weapon, but at this point I don't think that'd help us. We just need Ruby. There's no other suspects at this point. It has to be her. Maybe she could be hiding in a bunker. Maybe. I mean, I feel like she's much more likely to be hiding in one of the buildings. We'll try the Shivers one. And then if that doesn't turn out well, then we'll go for it.
Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Wait. Suddenly you're digging things?
Fuck's sake, Kim, I'm trying to pass time. I want to be able to reach 10 o'clock.
Trust me, you do. That's nice, but I don't have anything to...
He takes another downstairs, a cat cries.
Besides, I've got to run.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk.
Kim.
Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
It sounds like he knows something, Kim. Come on.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Fuck's sake.
Right after you.
Is geezer in a shirt? Never figured out who the person with racist mugs was. Just gonna steal that right from him. And steal that. It is gonna be really funny if at the end of the game Kim's like, "You're a fucking asshole, you just steal everything."
Officers
You have a
of
holding
the
problem.
Revachol Citizens Militia.
His hands are clean and well manicured.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I heard you talking to my friend outside.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Of course. Let me just say,
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
He didn't see the hanging. He saw the little show staged by the Hardys. Let him talk. He may know more than he...
Officer, it's very difficult to describe.
He holds out his hand.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that. That's when I understood.
That lines up with previous testimony, doesn't it? Well done, detective.
Only that there were about 8 or 10, but I suspect you knew that already. I can't say I'm surprised. The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is, well, you could say I'm undoing, yes.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there?
Honestly, I am not interested in this. I just want to get to 10 o'clock so I can get my gun.
La communauté your employer, technically speaking. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal, which is essential.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation, but not too far below. No. Too below. The coalition believes in the importance of informing a sound monetary. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of it, which is essential.
Basically, it makes sure...
Precisely. That's why the Institute, but not too far. The coalition believes a sound monetary. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me. It's the International Organization for Moralists. Hence, Moralist International.
There are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
But of course. Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world?
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Revachol.
A very moralist answer. The Occident is part of the norm. Martinez, Revachol is... But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Moreover...
Darling, That can't...
Because a great person.
Jamrock and other parts of the international...
Oranje is an example. As founding members,
For once,
they are
I
both
actually
very
want a
people.
really long conversation.
Oranje's economy.
But that didn't tell you anything about Oranje.
That's one way to put it.
If he knows so much about Oranje, maybe he also knows about Oranje's mercenaries.
You could say I'm...
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, there isn't actually a...
Your employer, technically speaking. It is the most important thing. It's the central, which is essential.
Basically.
Precisely. That's why the Institute of Price, but not to. The coalition believes a sound one.
Good.
Oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. It's the international organization from...
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more...
But of course. Because moralists believe in a normal, stable... Martinez, Rivachol, but they are working towards it.
Okay, we can't say too many things, otherwise Kim's gonna get
Is
pissed.
this option... Not worry. Moralism is... Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Whatever you wish, officer. A fugitive?
Hypothetically speaking, you might add.
Well, I would say that is very bad indeed. What sort of a fugitive are we talking about here? That could be quite bad, depending on what sort of place you... Ah, well, burglary... Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss? Oh, that's unusual. The Oranje is... Well, certain... And, of course, any loss of life is a tragedy. Alice Courtenay? Aha! A conduct extremely distasteful being. Suffice it to say...
That's because they're all a bunch of squares who like to sit around with their fingers up each other's assholes.
Okay.
It's the responsibility of any good welfare state to take care of its most unfortunate citizens. They gave him a success. What else has your investigation uncovered? That is but rest assured. Oh, it's hard to put an exact date on it. See? That's the kind of progress that the morality... Oh, great shame, yes. Colonialism is a dark spectre, which is why the work of the moral intern is so critical. As I said, the loss... I do hope you're able to bring his killer or killer. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man.
Thank you so much for having so much dialogue, which I'm honestly just not listening to because I'm not all that interested.
But he understands the importance of education.
I just really want to find Ruby. I don't care about much else right now.
He realizes that it's never going to happen. They enter negotiation. EPIS is a very...
God, yes. Sweet standardization.
It was such a wild... Why? It stands for progress and stability, like the moral intern as a whole. It's been such a super... You mean Revachon? It's one day going to...
Accept that.
No. But we were talking about my friend. How did any of us become friends? Au contraire. It's how millions of... Sorry. Who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his... Officer, you have to understand. He's deeply enmeshed in the study. He's a truly free spirit. I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
The baby is crying in the neighboring number.
No, the Insulindian Bay. This place used to be, but the millionaire... My friend comes...
A busy bee? What an odd choice.
I'm all ears, officer. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practice.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Right.
Of course.
1 fucking minute more. Let's go to the fucking bookstore again, I guess. Come on, Kim. How many skill points is... I actually can't get... I think that's 9. That just looks cool as fuck. Right. Right, so let's go by a bookstore again. Maybe Kuno S has something to say.
Try to sneak up on me again.
Nope. They haven't moved in days. I really do feel like they should... They're not relevant to the story. They really should disappear after the first day. Or at least after you inspect the body. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, I can... Yeah, I have other ways into your building, man. This is probably a little bit illegal. Maybe I can talk to Dice Woman? Radio?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? More or less.
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemidep's boxing club. It didn't.
You should have known it. It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bound. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Right, thank you. Let's go back. Fish market at 10 o'clock. Walk past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. Honestly, I'm a little confused about what the boardwalk is. The boardwalk the place where we saw the execution, or is the boardwalk where we found the body? Because I'd be lying if I said I was 100% sure what a boardwalk even is. What's getting out? Gun back. Is it going to allow us to... Can I kill someone? I feel like getting our gun back could end up being, like, important. I mean, it could literally be the difference between life and death. Especially if we find Ruby and she's got a gun, then we don't. It's a bit awkward. But Kim has his gun. Yeah, but it sucks if we showed up to the restaurant and she was like, no, I'm just gonna fucking shoot you. Why is this changed? It's a fish market? Do I just mean this area?
Put your hands where I can see them.
Okay.
Show me your hands. This is the pace. Show me your hands.
Scavenged. Battery. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerate.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket. Fear under threat! Fear under threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground! Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calmly, this is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing firearm at us. Your firearm.
Yeah.
You need to solve this.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect ambushed! Get on the ground!
Man, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector!
Big red key. That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
It's a goddamn police shitbag! Come to payment!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed! No! No.
There's a scenario unfolding.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a public...
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
License and registration! License and registration!
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
Fuck, okay.
Alright, this is how we do it. You hurl the tear bag in her face, already darting right, and immediately close the distance. Left hand grabs the barrel, right one breaks the wrist. No, that won't be necessary. Look closer. The gun, all three barrels, red and blue light shining through. It's not loaded.
Huh? My God, I think you're right.
This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. Police guns have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your...
No one ever cares anymore.
Oh, we need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but...
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
That was actually a little bit scary. The way that you tried everything to avoid the fucking... the white check there, which seems to be fucking go for the gun. You try everything and none of it's working. Like, oh fuck, there's a 58% chance that I survive this.
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness. Yeah, looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now. I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry. But I think we're done here for now.
Please.
Reflex. She stands.
Wait, what was it? What if you search her? I don't even go. 45 minutes already. This game really makes time just fly.
The woman stabbed is one of those. There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them, dude. She doesn't even flinch as...
Oh, is that yours?
The lieutenant nods. The old woman doesn't react to your touch.
Probably should.
You take the file of Pyrrolidon, and she didn't consume them. She didn't look high.
You're taking those, are you?
Listen to him, for once.
Sure. I guess that's fine.
Kim, she was just pointing a gun around at us and she's pretending to be... I think we should take the drugs away. Kim. I don't think that's too unreasonable. I think that's pretty fair. I'm being honest. I think it'd be pretty poetic if we don't see Gart again, and so the last thing we did for Gart is bringing him that bird. And from now on we just stay here. Almost beautiful in a way. Who's in there? Yeah, I really don't think I've missed anything. I've explored this entire area. There does seem to be that island, but I didn't see any way to access it. But I think we're gonna go to Titus here and then come back, see if we can do the shivers. And now we have a gun but no bullets. Equipped for this when times are most dire. No bullets in it. Maybe we could ask Kim for some. Kim? Do you have any bullets?
Yeah.
No? Okay. I mean, without any bullets, it's just for threatening in a fucking stand-up.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? What's that?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. God, poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle that.
Hey, wasn't Everard's beating?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She had something of yours, Pig. You're fucking with me. Your gun. She had your fucking gun.
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and clear. The pig's lost his...
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions... No problem,
nah.
cop man.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Yeah? What?
Nothing there. Okay. 10:30. I think we can do a little bit more. We're going to do shivers. We're going to save scum it. Should be able to get the trons up to like 40% or something with like max level shivers anyway. And if that turns out to be nothing, then we check out that bunker. And then we're gonna go to sleep. We're at the end of day 3 and I heard you can complete the game on day 4. I don't know if that's like if you speedrun the game you can be on day 4 or what. Due to the way this game is designed, it does sound like no matter what you're gonna have to take several days. Because time is going to pass. Just like how like the best speedrun for Persona 5 is still gonna be like 70 hours long. Also, since we're going to have to do a lot of setup here, I'm going to make a separate save file for this. So I'm gonna have to invest fucking like 6 skill points, change around all my clothes. I do still have the option, right?
The once bright mural towers above you, saying,
Ah! Here we got a slightly better chance. Okay. Okay. And so, fully invest into Shivers, it still gives us 4 points left over. And now, clothes. Shivers. 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 Right, we should have quite a lot of shivers. New save. Right.
The once bright mural
58%.
towers above you. A breeze, like a quiet sun. Go to the children of the big sea. The wind rushes away, leaving you where you were.
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second.
It just sounds like US.
Okay, when you're ready, officer.
Was it a 58% chance?
The once bright mural. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
Okay, why? Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Savoir-faire.
A rusty lamp.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're okay. But still, what if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
What?
Teleportation is not a thing. Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
Okay. Sure. Alright, savoir-faire. This is why you save up for skill points. Alright. Okay, if we put the remaining skill points into it, 72%, okay. We don't need to put the skill points into it, we can just change clothes. I love that, but there's actually fucking builds in this game. Right. I think we have some clothes for it, right? Oh god, do we not have any clothes? Savoir-faire. Fuck. Something is taken away savoir-faire. Shoes, alright, let's take our shoes off. Let's put on some shoes. Something else is taken away savoir-faire. I need different trousers. Alright. +1 savoir-faire. Oh.
The luxury of fine things. Beautiful thing, remember. When they come to they're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ID.
Okay.
The pockets of these new genes are perfect. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper, not familiar in a... By the way, the raw materials...
Okay.
The rusty ladder leads to the...
72%.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is... Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle! It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear. Your atoms fading.
So we're just jumping, right?
Okay, well, that's impressive, but...
Bang! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it, like a regular person.
No, not like a regular person. Like a phased spider. The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear...
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Good point, Kim. Bullets. Fuck. Oh dear.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It reminds you of the day you first held it. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law...
Okay, actually, fair point, okay. Find a way to get Kim inside. This is the first time we've been around Kim in a long time. I like it. There's nothing here. That's where we came, right?
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a... The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before. Yes, we have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
Kim, you fucking arsehole. Right. Oh, never mind, okay.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure. The lights of Martinez shine coolly.
It's a great place to hide, certainly. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages. Indeed, no one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted. Years worth. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand.
Yeah, whatever, okay. This game is surprisingly good at being spooky when it wants to be. I'm fucking scared that we're gonna suddenly get introduced to quick time events or something. Why give me so much clothes? Footprints. One of the souls is more worn than the other. Okay. This is where the boot prints end.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzz.
No, what do you mean? Either way, we ought to be careful. There were footprints back there, and looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power, Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but... Okay, why not? Whatever goes down...
Not closely enough, you suspect. But still, good idea to visit her once more.
This is the game telling you to wrap up whatever you haven't done before the end. It sounds like.
You mean Morel? I don't see how cryptos...
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologist might not be able to do that.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
He's put his hand in his holster. Oh, he literally says no turning back, okay. So, do we feel like committing to this? I feel like committing to this.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Okay. We only have 3 health items, so...
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like 1,000 radio...
I know you can't say it...
As she says the word officer, you've...
Okay.
Buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You
You
fucker.
feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left. Yeah. Scream it all you cop suffers. Final.
Fuck. Good pain threshold increase our health. Or endurance. Damage -1. Because I think ranking up volition increased our morale. We have a lot of morale. We'll never fucking run out of morale ever again. Save. Endurance. Yes. Okay. Jolly good, isn't it? Actually, can we equip any endurance clothes? We might need some physical instrument here. Okay. This is why you save for fucking skill points. It's paid off.
Your entire
Alright.
It's like a.
I know you can't say it's...
As she says the word, often no, but don't.
Might as well.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's at the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh. Well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me.
The instigator.
This is what happens to people who people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by? Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that on me. Like fuck I did. I was in all the time. I went for a leak. 10-15 minutes max.
No one takes a 15-minute leak.
Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
She speaketh truth.
And? A knocked away 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
That merc was probably shot from a distance with a military-grade rifle. Otherwise, everyone at the whirling.
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
The gun store, Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. No, they're not practical. Break you up. Yeah, evidence. I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
See her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
I'm listening. I considered her a good friend, yeah. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us. And we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Clausy only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously, just move on.
Oh, fucking hell.
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it, move on. Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
By the way, DeLorean tragedies are still held in high regard for innovation in language and motifs. They are also known for overall...
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician. Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking? Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
This doesn't seem like the best idea to me. But we succeeded as well. She's just not doing anything.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again.
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options. You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call. Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated. I have a feeling we didn't. Her tent. We should check it out.
Okay. That was an experience. You don't want to talk about it? Alright, fair enough. Okay, I'm definitely curious as to what happens if you... just let her do it.
The plain red tent. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag. Cooked it reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover.
See anything?
Rager Monthly. Journal of Materials. You pocket the worn...
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
Which wasn't what I was expecting.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like it's made of full-grain leather. Schneller is a stationary brand. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded. The journal falls open. About 2/3, the large cursive of some, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs. It's a mix of logistical notes.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor.
What happens is bullshit, by that doesn't science exactly to me, and...
Short, wry observations of people and place. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious, All I can do is make myself as useful as I can, while nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand. The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road.
I just don't think she killed a mercenary. It's mostly a gut feeling, though, since we let her walk out without hearing her side of the story. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Claudia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Okay, I really need to go take a shit. Right. Yeah, let me go do it. Patience. It's clearly something happened though. Why she hide? If all she did was just help with a cover-up, why did she run into hiding, set up some fucking science gizmo to fucking trap us? Why? She has to have some involvement with something. But also the thing is because she had the gun, seemingly loaded, and instead of going to shoot us, she went to shoot herself. Which is interesting. So that suggests she doesn't want to kill people. Also, I don't see how what just happened would even have any wider consequences there. Unless she runs back to her whirling rags. Yeah, it's a very secluded event, so I don't know how it would have any impact on everything else that's going on. Why does this blonde woman keep fucking lying, man? That door's locked.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth.
Oh.
To the fucking reckoning.
Oh. Does this happen any differently if you do it at, not midnight?
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk.
When was my last save? That was after you read it, right? It was at some point afterwards, okay.
Shut up. Not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Have we seen her?
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street? This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
I don't know if Tadazadi's the right guy to handle this situation. I don't know if I am either.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed.
Is the masked one the shooter?
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
I don't have any bullets for him.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
The mercenary tribunal. My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone.
We need to
Let's just put
explain the
guns
case.
down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle.
Long
The
rifle.
leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. Know about Downwell. This is the best chance of success.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Yeah, I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces for you natives. Fucking voodoo shit. That shit is done now. Trigger time. Sergeant Major Rao Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Courtenay. The dead man's name is Elise Courtenay. He's brothers with the deceased.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead. Who? Lady?
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts...
No.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mind fuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to...
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now. He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck. You don't know shit. Man's corporal.
You lost him. Quick, don't let him finish the sentence.
Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit-tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
Find his killer. Cop, his killer stands right there.
Evidence time.
And You're standing in the way, protecting me.
Oh, fuck, we actually... Now with a new context of Ruby, we don't know who did it. I mean, I feel like it's that guy who we've never seen before, who for some reason has stood over there alone.
I know what this tactic is, Silo-san. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
This talking shit won't help you. Yeah? Who did?
Fucking hell.
How fucking convenient.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
Well, I mean, I think it's that other guy.
You think I'm a fucking stupid cop? What if I just shut up your pals here, right now? Huh? How about the kid? Tell me. Magic fucking sniper. One more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Fuck this! Gene! Cancel Lizzie! Now!
He'll be ripped apart. They all will. The moment the third man opens fire. And he knows it. International something. International law. Don't say it. But now you stood there scratching your ass for 1.5 seconds. You think this helps?
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
I don't have bullets. There was 2 fucking more of them. And it's only a 50% chance to work out. It's literally our two options are do nothing, in which case everyone dies, or shoot, and probably still everyone dies. This is definitely going to escalate things. Because I don't have bullets in my gun. Does it mean get Kim to shoot? This will definitely cause something to happen. This will probably cause something to happen. The Hardys do have guns though, don't they? He's wearing armor as well.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
If we do one of these two, it's gonna make us harder. We're dead.
From the corner of your eye, he's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman. It's not easy. He has 0.6 seconds to do so. He won't make it. You're on your own. You stare down. 0.4 seconds remain. Is there anything? A full suit of armor can't be too agile. You can shift direction. You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
On our left. None of these are good. None of these are good.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't.
I should have left it.
You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
I think if you don't take the first shot, then they're going to get the first shot, I thought. That's the thing that makes it worse. And I thought the Hardy Boys do have guns. So I fucking thought I take the shot first, take out the one guy who has his gun out, and then the Hardy Boys who said they were going for their holsters, I was hoping they fucking draw and quickly help us. No, they fucking ran. Seeing as how that actually went, I think we could have got it if he didn't run instead of fucking helped. Of course, I did that to save her ass as well. Fucking ungrateful assholes.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. You hear me? Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting.
He said Kim trusted us.
And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his warm sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There was a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon we will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again.
I've been wondering the whole time, of course, what is Disco Elysium? I was thinking it'd be a place in the game, but it clearly isn't. Of course, Elysium is isn't it I forget, is it Greek? Equivalent to heaven? It's in Hades. It was mentioned in Hades, where you have a boss fight with Minotaur and... How am I forgetting all his names? Was it Hercules? No. I forget what he's called, but No. Disco's referring to the fucking monster that we are. Fucking drugs and everything. And Elysium is an idealized afterlife, kind of.
The engine of a complete container.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Arabellum. Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. We will see.
You won't be able to dance much, that's for sure. You should be able to live with limping around, though.
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me. No. I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you. Easy now.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
The lieutenant doesn't reply. Just looks at you, teetering on your feet.
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued. Yes. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
Don't fucking correct him.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive. Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alan and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too.
So, Lawyer got shot, Glenn got shot. So that's 2. Angus and Theo, that's 4.
You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me. I killed her. And that's what happened. DePaul was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. Company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Elizabeth too. Elizabeth Beaufort was her name. The gardener. No, she bled out before Everard's surgeon could help her. Everard sent his personal doctor, but a costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership. She never had a chance. She should not have been there in the first place. There was no way to convince them. All, Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cold enough. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those 2 armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too. Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
Okay. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
Day 5. Of course.
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
I feel like it could have gone worse, but I don't feel like I've got a good ending.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped. The fan stands.
Oh, this room is very fitting for you, Kim. 6:50. That's fucking later than I have to get up for uni.
These papers bear the stamp of the
An hour and a half later.
They appear to be fragments of the
Oh,
lieutenant's
2.5 hours later on a certain day
You make
of a
notes
week.
of this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go. I am sure neither of us feels solid enough to...
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in, "I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs."
A gift. It's hardly surprising.
The medicine cabinet. Pity.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
So she knew they were coming? Somehow?
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the end.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make? So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Maybe there were boats there. We should ask around. Let's go.
The
fucking
same
door.
Small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
We still... There's a lot of loose ends. Hey, Gart, you can't keep this fucker down. How you doing, Gart? Hey.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
We couldn't have done much better with it. There's 3 fucking trained assassins in armor with weapons already drawn versus a bunch of people, some of whom have concealed guns, some of whom don't. And it's already been flying for like a couple minutes before we've arrived at the very least. There isn't... I definitely don't think there's any version of that where bullets don't fly, but maybe there's a way to not have the union members die.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, but the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. Ah, them. Nice people, but no. Lena said they were going back to Jamrock. I'm glad she got out of here before all that. bullets flying and stuff. People inside were quite terrified, you know. I had to take action and step outside, too. Yes, you know, and I went outside and took care of it. Everybody calmed down.
He's almost completely forgotten what this began with.
Yeah, I was, yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass. Yeah, well, fuck you too then. You have any more questions or stylistic pronunciation advice?
He's not too offended. The experience has changed something in him.
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Goodbye, Gart. So zoom out a little bit, it's getting a little bit oppressive now. Fella.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. I am. So are you. What brings you here? You did? And how did you like him? Ah, shoot. Why not? He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return to his opportunities in Ox. Or is it just money? Friends, I told you. So that he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. What about me, gendarme? Bye-bye, gendarme.
I can't lie, I'm not really all that interested.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that
You're not mad?
in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately.
Couldn't save everyone.
That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you. Well, cheers anyway. Copper. Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Lizzie and Angus, they were just stupid kids. Didn't realize the shit they got into before it was too late. I feel responsible for both. For all of them, really.
Lizzie was a fucking dirty lawyer, but a lawyer nonetheless. That's a talented life shot down.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. An honest tactic. And effective.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit. Well, yeah. Memento Mori. Right.
Memento Mori, or remember that you must die, is a slogan various religious orders have thrown around since the dawn of mankind to emphasize the vanity of earthly.
It means you might die tomorrow, so live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right, fellas?
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy. By busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows. And maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, Don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boy. Don't know? Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
He nods and takes another sip of whiskey.
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
My opinion on Titus really shifted over the story. He is a dick in personality, but, I mean, how much has he particularly actually done wrong? I mean, he's been a dick to us over the course of the story. We have the ability to fucking kill ourselves in front of him. But all he's truly guilty of is hovering for a friend. And again, the hanging wasn't even his idea. He was following what Ruby said. Wasn't he? Yeah. What happened, Glacia came downstairs. Ruby went back up with her. They already together, they started the process of setting up for hanging. And then Ruby came back downstairs and got the rest of them to help. So by that point, I mean, they can't stop it anyway. So also they didn't have as much of a say in the matter. He's a bit of a dickhead, but he's far from the worst person to ever live.
Yeah. Go pay Monica a visit in Jandro. She's got a knack for making men forget about the...
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
I want to be held so bad.
Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
Okay. That's great, Kim. What is the time? What the fuck do you mean it's 4 o'clock?
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book.
Thanks,
Take care,
Titus.
coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
I think I did. I'm surprised I didn't die at the very start of this from how much fucking alcohol we had.
Loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Jandro.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back...
No matter what, I think we made that situation better. Our intervention... These 3 would be dead if we weren't there. These 3 would be dead, and the other 3 assassins would have gone away. So... we at least saved those 3 lives. This feels like an epilogue. I can't read out. This looks like kind of French. Bonjour.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Scar. The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See?
Okay, I actually want to do it. Fritz will have some cigarettes, right? Kim, why do you always like fucking drop frames for your run? What are you doing? Look like a fucking Flash from a Flash movie.
Is this about the question?
You see several...
She has nothing to say about what happened.
Fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice.
I might as well just buy it.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Give me some fucking cigarette. Also, actually, since we might be confronting the actual killer, let's.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope.
A colourful display of
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister.
Okay.
A colourful.
Again, I'm obliged. Huh? Speed. Like, speed. Speed. No, Frit doesn't do that.
I love she does not care about what happened.
Not. Frit is an establishment that acts within the law. Is that all, detective?
What's the point if they don't even sell the good drugs?
Here you go, mister.
We did a no drugs playthrough so far. I think we're pretty close to it. We've had to heal, but I don't think that counts, right? Others Not Jump said there was a challenge to get through a game without using any alcohol, but I mean, I did. It was extremely easy, in fact, and never even had to consider it. Right. What do I even do? Just give you, like, isn't it? Yeah, it's temporary stat bonuses. What is this? I'm like, what else do these devs make? Oh no, I'm pretty sure I recognise the name of the devs, but I don't remember anymore. Out.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls. You picked the best one. This soldier is fatter. Get a load of this rock and roll. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and...
In the bottom right corner of the screen...
How can I... Come on. How can I do it? In my hand.
The graffito. This was Cindy the...
Here we go.
The fuel catches fire immediately with a low hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the lettering. The falling snow turns to vapor above the burning message.
God, I'm on my...
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters.
This goes so hard.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout.
Did Kim like that, or does Kim not like that? I'm not... I don't know. Let's deload it anyway. We can do it later again if we feel like it. Oh, is there anyone we can call? Who's on that bench?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Well.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive? Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed. Even if it... Hey, that's just what I heard. Old wives' tale. So, good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you. But hey, you're still breathing, right? Okay.
Is it why the lieutenant throws you a quick glance? What are you doing?
That's probably for the best.
Well, don't want to do anything to lose Kim's trust anymore. It's does he trusted us? Yay!
My man, you're alive. Man, what a... So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock? Hey, that's just what I heard. Good luck with that, my man.
How is Measureheads doing? Frankly, we never had to fuck with him. Pretty sure a lot of people have to either beat him up or become racist. But I managed to avoid that as well.
The Boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards.
Yet you leave. Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in. Time will tell. I'll tell Everett you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
Be a bit grim. Everett probably is going to be really pissed once he finds out about what we did though. Oh, no one's here though. Look, what even is back here? Oh, it's that thing. Okay, so I was wondering, like, how does this even connect to the other area? So you press that button, you press this button here, and then that thing will come along. That's what it was for. Right. It seems like most. This definitely feels like an epilogue. Most people have gone. Kuno's still here. For fuck's sake, I'm not even talking to you. Now, why couldn't they get shot?
Officer, care to play a game with... Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same. The prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness...
Yes. In peace. It's too late now, officer. The prick survived all the bullets, so keep it. It's not even a real bull.
Yeah, sorry, I just totally forgot about you. That quest about Renee has been living in my head rent-free for literally days, both in-game and IRL, and I literally just completely forgot you guys existed, to be honest. Okay, nothing up here. Let's go. This flashlight is a really good fucking battery. It's really good. Oh. Oh dear. Look at that. That doesn't seem right. I love it. We finally unlocked the free housing, just in time to not use it.
Officer, the flashlight, please.
Oh fuck you! Shitty fucking store. I suppose. I mean. It seems like no matter what, of course, you'd get delayed by a couple of days, maybe. So could I say I beat the game in just a couple of days? Were these here before? Clearly it was encountering Ruby that did set that event off, even though it was in-universe unrelated.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
I wasn't shot in the foot there.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Ghilaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
Well, good for you. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there.
This must be one of the many
The kids sometimes go there too. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety...
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Kim, do you know how to drive a boat?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Well?
Aye, aye, Captain.
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Well, I wonder if... There's no room now standing with Kim right now.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you?
What did I just say? What the fuck did I just say? I meant to say, let's not ruin our reputation of Kim, but I'm not sure what I said, if I'm being honest. What's on the island?
A little boy kicks a stone.
On that island? That's, nothing. It's just a seaboard and some plants. And we make a fire. Mm-hmm.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war. But this could be important.
I don't know what those are. They're alive. The fire guy.
Your nerve endings sting. They must mean a human being on that island. But it's cut off.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
So it's not possible for you to even know who it is as well before you go there. So it ultimately comes down to the roles on the argument and the other one, I think. And I'm fine with that ultimately coming down to RNG, because I mean, to me, it kind of makes sense in that situation. But one thing I do feel like is it shouldn't necessarily be it shouldn't be about how much you have in a specific skill, but more so just what you have in that category. And then if you want to rebalance the game, then add more categories in. I feel like. I don't have a problem with it, but other people probably do, and I think that's the solution which would keep both parties happy. Yeah, I think. I mean, as is, it's fine, because the game, from what I can tell, it does not lock off anything from you if you don't succeed in checks. Everything you can get from an alternative route, except for that, but of course, I mean, that allows for variance in the endings, so, of course.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes. No, he doesn't live there. No, he lives there. He doesn't live there.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Our father killed himself.
Oh.
Did he that? He didn't. I'm sorry. There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
I'm not gonna talk to you. Does Kim have any dialogue?
Yes?
No. I do really think there should be more, like, just free dialogue for Kim there. Obviously, there's plenty of Kim dialogue, I just mean there should be more dialogue for you to turn to him and ask him about stuff. I mean, this game has already a lot of dialogue.
Small steering engine in the back. Float. Have you made all the necessary preparations? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
What? Fine, why not?
Come on, Kim. Wait, I wasn't serious. I wasn't serious. I didn't mean... It was a metaphor.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
This would probably be licensed music if I didn't have streamer mode on, wouldn't it? What the fuck was that fucking Wendigo in the church? Alright, fine, I'll take another fucking screenshot game. Is it someone completely random? There's something we're missing. But also the fact that mask, the third guy just showed up. We didn't know anything about that. We were told that it was 3 guys. Well, right? We were told it was 3 mercenaries, and it was the guy who was killed and those 2. Then there's a third guy. That contradicts what we were told. Who the fuck was that third guy? Wasn't Joyce that told us that? Hey, who is this guy then? Is it me from a parallel universe? Since part of game reveal, it was me all along, and I just imagined this entire journey with Kim. I doubt it. I hope I haven't missed out by like not doing a bunch of side quests. Obviously, there are a lot we could have done. There's a lot. I heard that each day of a game, new side quests pop up as well. So if we kept going. Like I've seen people say that you can keep going all the way up until day 7 without going into the ending, and the ending, I'm assuming, is this entire sequence. So I assume there's enough stuff to hold you over until day 7 before you go confront Ruby. So like, we missed out on a lot. of side quests, I would think. But side quests, we didn't miss any main stuff, I don't think. But yeah, I'm happy with the side stuff we did.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
But maybe we could have hung out with this woman more. She seems nice.
There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still.
I'm absolutely thinking about coming back and revisiting, looking like different endings. If we're able to get anything different.
Let's go.
I heard there's 3 different endings. I think. I feel like you probably survive no matter what.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Apparently, I mean, our playthrough has not ended up being the fucking 50-hour extravaganza I thought it could be. Where are we at right now? Just over 20 hours. Fuck, we did speed on the game. I didn't mean to. I wanted to get it done fast, but just because I thought that if I didn't try to get it done fast, it would be absurdly long.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you hurt.
This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign. No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the Face in...
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Hello there. If there's someone that's been living here, then how do they have bullets? How do they have food? How do they have fucking anything?
An old cylindrical generator is nested. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel. Check it.
It's cold, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly. Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique, a popular depiction among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized
It
stories.
also turns out we were right to
Define
do the
a
shivers
magazine
rather than the
cathodic
military bunker thing.
for electrical engineering.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Conceptualization.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique. Not that you can tell.
There's a 42% chance there might be something important coming up that's not used those points.
Soft covers, serialized. Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprint.
Ooh, Sia. Humanitarian sciences. Stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West anymore.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential.
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education, and a certain set of interests.
Interesting. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead. Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
There's absolutely going to be a fucking thing later where if we sleep, we have a better chance of success. Nope.
You see a small metal door.
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open. Another part of the island, probably.
What was it?
The heavy metal door stands.
Another part of the island, probably.
Usable lock. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna take the rest.
The greasy...
The offer still stands.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there. In the dark, the blanket feels cold. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the sleep.
And whilst we went to sleep, Kim got murdered. What? Okay, that scared me for a moment. Fuck. fuck's sake. Hmm? You can't interact with anything. There's nothing I can do. Oh. Kim. Okay. Right.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry, off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. I don't know, man. What is the Holy Suzerain doing here?
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to... Just my scepter, my globe cruciger.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder, silence.
Anyway, I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime. Hey. I mean, hey to you too? I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful... God, Harry. You have to take care of yourself. You're not a young man anymore.
Desperation is gearing up.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into... It's okay. No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it. Said those things.
I had a joke to say at some point over the stream yesterday, I think it was. I was going to say it's going to be a lot like Somnium Files, where they joke about how they're giving you medication, but it turns out it wasn't just a joke. They are actually giving you medication. It's very significant to a plot. Of course, the wife left jokes are significant, obviously.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect.
Did we read all of that?
No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too.
I actually don't remember. It was a while ago.
She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in me. Carrying my chest down Voyager Road, every step I take it grows, until by the time I reach the fuel station it has filled me completely. I step on the light rail and look back. Something, Bo Collector, and I'll be like this until I walk back to you. Every step I take will get lighter.
Yes. Are you happy now?
Got something to run sometimes. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe how many else you have vast are not always come back to it.
Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand. It was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I'm no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's here. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good. Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome. I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? I haven't even bought the tickets yet. I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten, frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag. 1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
The morning? I don't understand. Yes. It really... Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her only little wrists. No, don't say it. Don't beg. It will only make her go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
Lies, sire. She cannot but love you. She has said so 100 times.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I think I went remarkably well.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? Of course. I was just thinking maybe you've torn your stitches. Are you ready to move on?
I have, Kim.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
The lieutenant nods solemnly.
Okay.
The greasy old the heavy metal
Don't know if that was a good idea or not.
green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches.
The console of an anti-computation device. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. We should look around outside. There are barrels.
The boat engine.
There's barely anything left. That won't work. But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland.
The consul stands by, mutely. Jean.
I just feel like the corners of my screen are getting a little bit darker.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with the silhouette of a tobacco picker. Contemporary Rivisholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern island.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, quite old and grimy from years with... The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Do you have a line of sight to the window? I can see it, through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk. We will make up for it. Here. I feel it. Where?
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Communist critical theory, whatever, political books.
The console is powered off and covered in dust. Urgence.
I need to go take a leak.
This old cylindrical generator waits. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder, and the recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
It's on. Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
I really like where it wasn't Ruby. It's just a series of suspicious coincidences.
Don't worry, I have a gun. I know, it was not easy to acquire.
Back off, game.
A dim golden glow. The lighting in the room. The dial slides under the dusty glove.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe.
It's an air-gapped system.
Aiden.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth. Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit. I did. And you opened it. How? Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Sorry, Kim.
I told you we shouldn't play sad FM. I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a 3-Yangon 446.
Southeast Samaran made.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the ball.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Saffrey Empire, extinguished in '06. It's almost as if they were never there. Only the rifle remains, cradled by the old man.
Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's forehead.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand, he stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid, cold.
No reply. His leg twitches. You went in too fast. Overeager.
Real music. Real brilliant cult. That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Marching song.
The job of a shitlicker. There you go. 1 of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Signal, it was some Samaran shit, I guess. How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my terminal surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room. I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland. In the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis, the black-eyed angel.
Shaitan, Ahura, the darkened one.
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
Supplies, vegetables, collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
You also have Druamine.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
It's the little joys. A dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark. Like a fucking merry-go-round.
Ooh, a vetting notification. Someone reflecting a Raiden Shogun artifact. That's cool.
It's disgusting. It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forberg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol were still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead. At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just... So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals. The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground. I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Something which I think is really interesting is, up to this point, I'm pretty sure every single character in the game has some hyper-stylized backgrounds to their portrait. Like, I mean, just look at ours in the bottom left. Kim's is a kind of classical detective one. Kind of almost looks like James Bond, actually. Like a barrel shot. Kind of, vaguely. I don't think that's what it's meant to be mimicking. And ours looks like disco. Kind of retro as well. His, I think, is the only one in the entire game which doesn't have any stylization. It's just a drawing of him and the surroundings. The dark blue grey kind of colour at the top, that's just the water in the back. The kind of that's the reeds, the grass, whatever this is around us, and there's also a little bit of ice. There's no stylization on that drawing. It's just him.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He nods slowly, then another tremor.
I am into politics, but I mean, I've been trying to keep a middle ground. First of all, to appease Kim, but also because that's a reasonable approach to take. Balance. Be reasonable.
43 years and 10 months. It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon...
Always waiting for her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution. I am not a fool. I know. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do. There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Composure.
I ain't got.
Okay. Been talking to you for a while.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an he's clearly a drug user of the painkiller sort, prone to erratic hand gestures, and malnourished. But that's it. The moment passes, and you say,
We have 4 points, we could just invest.
What have I used it for? I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay, okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Going straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No, no. Be careful now. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal. Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine.
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Druss. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fasces for fascists. Done his part.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain. I saw
You had that. You've been.
He's practically admitting.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you. Try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself. I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
Officer, a word? I think we may have this. From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later. Well, I can think of one thing. The gun. We should pick it up and discuss it in front of him. Make a show of it.
Yes, sire. Make a production of this examination.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority. Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
I can see that, yes. I'm not judging. Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places.
You're a damn good shot. He was a moving target, he wasn't still. Quite the distance away.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut.
Didn't we deduce that it's not likely to be here just because, like, you'd have to take into account wind's direction and stuff, right?
On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Try
the right type and the right calibre.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, but
no one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him later.
Pretty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. That's right. Pile it all on him now. 3 should do it. Maybe 4.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them. So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was Snow White in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with. Classier, with the victim.
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it. Good.
I love that as well. Given where it starts extremely early on, giving you some like progress on when you think you finally got it, only have a very end here.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Yeah.
Murder. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
I think he wouldn't be impressed by moralism. He doesn't... He seems to not like people not fighting for what they believe.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to her shield, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Clear. Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop.
That's what I figured.
These dialectical materialist types never do.
So I was going to ask, like, how does he know who the guy is? 'Cause, I mean, we know he's not a great person. It's probably good if he's dead. But how would he know that? So I don't think he does. He keeps an eye. And if he sees someone, he gets rid of him.
You've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Them fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then. Just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name classified before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
It didn't say Clausia in there. It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo. I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean, and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revishal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook? From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo. And glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur. I have my ways. Not in this lifetime, Dwat.
This one's gone. Make up somehow. Connect something else. Fast. Rightly so. Fix this now. Push on extra carefully.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes. The day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. Maybe, I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days. Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew.
That's really... Because I imagine... I haven't looked through a sniper scope myself, but I imagine if you're spying on someone and they just look in your general direction, it looks like they're looking at you. And that'd just be an eerie sight.
She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes full. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she's smaller, distant, hidden. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put, put, put of hatred.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Ficelle is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating.
Whores. Syphilis is a disease Philippe III contracted in a whorehouse. The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and...
That is technically possible.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why? I do. Some advertising cockroaches use their accumulated capital to erect a new, ironic version of it. We tore it down with honest, working-class plastic explosives. But there it is again, grinning. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. The statue had been shot. That was him. It had to be. He's already proven capable of taking a far more complicated shot from here.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deformed monster of liberal capitalism. Shameful, really.
Yes, shameful. So many others to punish over the years. Isn't that right, Detective?
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it, too. Shared with the law. Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the union's top brass.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Edgar.
He talks a big game about uprising. First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things. 20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought. Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Back in a moment. I've got my dinner, but I want to keep going. I want to finish this, but this might go on for longer, because we've been here for several hours, I think.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marsovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something. Oh no, the connection. Slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it.
About this deal you made with Edgar. The death of the Colonel mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares. But what about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
Fucking hell, Kim. You're goddamn right.
That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
Still dumb. Your eyes are transfixed on his digit. It's yellow with nicotine. You could say he has dirty fingernails, but that's just a fact. It's not going to do anything.
Look who's up. From the drunken stupor. This one's worse for wear than me. Emotionally frayed. Life is hard for us human beings in deregulation hell, isn't it?
We will have plenty of time to talk about this later, Mr. Dross. When you're in pre-detention. It can take years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement my whole life.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed, calmly.
Glad? It's all gone.
Yeah, we've been just talking to him for an hour.
The old man stares despondently
I think it's time.
at the logs. It's like he's forgotten you're there.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The sum of all the erratic movements, fidgeting, and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there. Actually, no. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Yeah, we can ask a woman. Surely.
Lillian. You could ask her, maybe.
This is no harmless old man.
No, ask her to take your boat.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
Kim takes him across. Kim waits with him at the dock, and Lillian gets in a boat and drives him, picks me up.
No, listen. Listen now.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
This world? What are you talking about? Is this us?
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand rise instinctively. You feel the lieutenant's hand on your back, and then you hear him say 4 words.
I can see it.
Thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Was that what the listen prompt was for a moment ago? Kim, you got anything to say about this?
Yes?
Nope.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
I have absolutely no idea.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the insect's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the insect turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Understood. Of course.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
We can't just leave it standing there. We have to do something, Detective. It could be connected somehow, even.
Nothing changes in the cyclical braying motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out. Beige, light brown, and striped. You are unsure if it is scared or not. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning. You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, skating away across the water. It's gone, like a skipping stone.
When did that appear? How long was that there for? By that moment, was it there the whole time?
It's blending into the tufts of reeds in the distance, moving from islet to islet.
Where? Where did it go? Looks like he doesn't like to stay out in the open for long.
He shakes his head in silence, an expression on his face that you've never seen there before.
It's just a blur. It appears the insect can walk on water, like a water strider.
I don't think the fella's moved. He's still sat there.
Uncanny. A stick insect of some sort, pretending to be the reeds. Has it been there the whole time? Someone must have known about it, though. Maybe there's some secret to approaching it? I have no idea. I've never heard of a species like that.
What now?
Our suspect's not looking so good. We should check him over. Also, it looks like it has some kind of nest there. Maybe there's proof in there.
In the reeds, where the phasmid was hiding, you see a little flash of white. Porcelain white. This passport, issued by the sovereign...
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
Did we not discover her actual name in this timeline? Did I revert over that?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or... Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
A curious octopus would do something similar. Or even a cuttlefish.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Yeah, definitely not.
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name, where Clausia comes from. Remember?
Oh, but no, I'm getting confused now.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us, one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now. I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alasia, or Clasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
I gotta go take my damn plate back down.
winds are silent. The streets are empty of her. She is no longer in the city of Revachol.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, like an addict of some terrible substance. The plastic cake feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you? That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dras?
No response.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. They'll think we're insane.
He will have to be very convincing and very sober to make them believe so. He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should. No reaction.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
Nothing. Just dull staring.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again. As he's done so...
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dras. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. The plastic cape flaps around his face.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
This is your idea to leave him, Kim, not mine. Where the fuck are we going? Somehow I feel like something's gonna go wrong here. Let it be known, Kim, I don't like this idea.
The skiff is swaying on the waves.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is
I still can't believe we fucking rocked up to this place where we thought a sniper was hanging out, fucking blasting music.
But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Alright, there's definitely like a black ring around my screen.
Look what the tide brought him. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstrom. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Kemar, and this is your special task force. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. My background is in something else entirely.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this
shit, kid. What an interesting Monica.
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
And the people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? He doesn't remember.
See? He really doesn't remember. It wasn't a sick joke. At least that's good.
Yeah, that's very good. Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die. Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit a million times of. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trent, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia. Episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isolo, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
I am actually struggling to remember. Wasn't he the fellow that was over by the mural?
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically? Not when you phrase it like that, but I don't think critical theory. I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia.
What?
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedeford's school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening.
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drinking.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable, those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 14, hardwired to the free market.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
For now, I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on? Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic and the badge. Not today, badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural
It's
states,
literally in my hand.
not achievements. What is it with all these material objects?
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not all the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote compared to the 8 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. Detective, it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him, on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior. Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven.
I fucking love you again.
And he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect, 3 meters tall. It's on the island, camouflage as the reeds. It unfolded from them. I did not, unfortunately, get a photo, but I believe it may have been the Insulindian phasmid. I know this sounds fantastic, but I'm a 4 times decorated lieutenant of the RCM. I do not make up encounters with cryptids to spice up my day. I am very, very sane.
I don't doubt you, Lieutenant. If you say it was the Insulindian phasmid, then it was the Insulindian phasmid. By God. Is it somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
We could order a search. I could get people from EPIS on the island and...
There. You need to make your case now. The floor is all yours. He prepared it well.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open, in Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
I would prefer not to partake in anything Union-related. Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fascination. The result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of this bay. And trauma too. He himself gave a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and...
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something.
Female?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Bowers are built by males of the species who can't afford colorful mating displays physically.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. It's a toughie that you don't have a photo. This would look very, very flashy in the papers.
I tried to, but I only got a blur.
We can still work. Cop discovers new species in there. I know a good guy in La Majesté.
It needs to be white coats and glassware for this fly.
In the mist-colored distance, over the water, you're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
What the fuck is happening?
Okay.
Is this real?
We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
And
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe... You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair. Some of your more old-school wording choices. Your posture, even. The constant stretches.
And this guy, too. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dora something. Dora Ingelund. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
Something like that. Half Vazan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time. Yeah, you're not doing too good there. It's so have I. You bitterly dropped Dearest Dora and really tore me a new one twice a week, I think. It comes up.
The special consultant glances at his wristwatch.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard. Every day.
Okay, some shit's going on outside.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivachol. Faubourg.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you. And it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have him.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind.
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering. Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi, Precinct 57's finest. Are you only able to do that if you've done really good?
He's really considering it.
I'm ready, I guess.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye
I feel like there really should have been an auto scroll on this game.
Precinct 41 to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Yes. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Send someone to go pick him up? There's some video essay material on there for sure. I feel like there's a metaphor or two. That was not what I was expecting at all out of that ending. I was thinking that it was going to go more into the backstory of Harry towards the end, but it didn't really. All it did was basically just remind us about what we already knew. I mean, that scene was good, but it was just there. If I have to say what I'm thinking right now, I'm thinking like really disappointed, but there's definitely something to think about more. So I'm gonna Google Disco Elysium endings. Okay. If Harry successfully warned Kim during the tribunal's authority check, that was warning him about the person shooting him, or attacking him, he will remain Harry's partner and accompany him to a sea fortress, apprehend the deserter. Kim returns to his own precinct in GIH, while Harry drives back to Jamrock with his colleagues. Recruit Kim. Ending number 2. If Harry failed to warn Kim during the tribunal, he will be taken to Precinct 57's infirmary to recover from a gunshot wound. This leaves Harry without a partner. If Harry agrees to taking Kuno along with him, he will accompany Harry to a sea fortress. Either Kuno is left in Martinez whilst Harry drives back to Jamrock with his colleagues, or Harry successfully convinces Jean to allow Kuno to become a junior officer. If Harry refuses Kuno's help, he will go to a sea fortress alone. Depending on the choices he made over the course of the game, this may lead to a bad ending. If Harry has remained completely sober and or internalized a wasteland of reality thought, he will be allowed to return to Precinct 41. If Harry drank alcohol and did not internalize wasteland of reality, he will be left in Martinez to live in a coastal shack. Game overs, health, morale. If you confront Ruby alone, you die. Tell Kim you're done being a cop after Ruby commits suicide. Contact a moral intern as part of a moralist political vision quest. Tell them about the hole in... I'm going to turn the game down, it's very loud. Tell them about a hole in the wall of church and agree to come with them. Several alternate endings for remaining games files were never included in any playable form. Is Kim gonna side you at the end there no matter what? Because if he does, that's extremely disappointing. Because I did a lot of things deliberately to impress Kim. I definitely didn't act like a different person to impress Kim. But if there was a way I could slightly skew something to be more towards what Kim would like, I did. I finally finished my first playthrough. I went for high intelligence psyche communist build. By the end I'd solved the case, reunited Precinct 41 recruited again. Seems like a good ending to me. How about I might go drastically different? You always find Ruby, the tribunal always happens right after, though casualties can be quite different. Then the final culprit is always the same. What can change is what you do, in what order, finding a bullet or not, and what sort of copy types you follow. As to what to do different, does the word Bratan mean anything to you? Stow at least 4 Inland Empire, put on your tie before leaving your room, never take it off. And follow all of the extremely good advice to get. It's 100% worth it doing a high Shivers reaction speed run to talk to a city and the church about the future nuclear war. Anything else? No. Reddit post /Bob Calistan. I enjoyed the game. I have to say the lack of closure. I don't know if I would describe it as a lack of closure, but I mean, during that ending, I was questioning if we were in a dream sequence, because it just felt so fucking weird and completely out of place. That was so fucking weird, and especially, again, we have a suspect right there that we don't know 100% that he's not trying to escape at that very moment. And so we have that whole sketch. It's ridiculous. The game ends, but I think it come with the inevitable fallout caused by the mercenary tribunal. In fact, the only real question in the main story that actually gets answered, who shot the merc, happened to be a totally random guy. I'm fine with that. I'm totally okay with that, especially because there were hints and stuff alluding to him over the game, and communism is fucking everywhere in the game. And the game does literally tell you communism killed him. That's foreshadowing. What is this? Happened to be a totally random guy you never met until after the game shoehorns you into basically exhausting every other lead before checking out the island. I mean, that wasn't my experience. It wasn't exhaust every other lead, it was go straight to the island. Can it happen differently? Game still ends with his motivations severely in question. Not severely in question, it's still weird, but... And he basically enters a vegetative state, realizes you're about to arrest him, making it unlikely that anything was even accomplished by catching him. Also, you don't even technically end up arresting him, you just leave him along behind someone else to pick up while you just go back to the station where the game ends. The other climaxes, the final dream and the phasmid, are both quite hollow for a true climax. The final dream can obviously still easily end with your character very obviously still not having come to terms with what ended up happening. Not to mention with a few ways you can just completely avoid dream from ever happening, like I almost did. And even if the attempt is clear, it's going to be a long and painful process. Husband is just a bit hard to me because you never see the cryptologist's reaction to you, just robbing that entire question so much for you to pay off. Even your character's development throughout the game can obviously said to be a pain in the revelation at the end of the game is the first time this has happened to you. Basically, you go feel okay, and everyone around you end up doing such a good job. I have no choice but to keep you around. True. You never ended up being total feeling the rhythm of the game, but him really keep. That's a fair point. The game kind of devalues the kind of character development you try to put in for yourself by saying it's happened before and everyone thinks it's going to happen again. I think the only real side twist in truly said to reach the satisfying conclusion. Missing personal boardwalk quest, I don't think we even found out. What are we talking about with dead person? And maybe the church quest line. I mean, I didn't even touch that. There's still plenty of loose ends for that one. Almost everything else is more or less you performing prep work or something more important. Like investigating drug ring for Joyce, most of the union quests, but it's simply completely irrelevant to anything. I find certain items or sing karaoke. I definitely don't feel like there are too many unexplained questions. It's just that ending was weird. So as much as I hate to say it, in this playthrough we have not been all that haunted by our previous partner leaving us. We made a couple of jokes about it a couple of times, and that was it. So that scene was well written, like, on its own, but it just didn't have any weight to it, because I didn't care all that much about it at all. Like, I like the symbolism of her being the religious figure or whatever it was. And the cryptid showing up was interesting, and also the fact that him starts acting so differently towards the end there. I have some mixed thoughts on that as well, because of course it's the end of a case, so you can be more chill, but it's weird. And again, like that last segment was so fucking weird that I genuinely thought we were still in a dream. When the 3 fucking people show up and start fucking berating you. That was so fucking odd. Really took me out of that. And when we got to Ruby Button, when we finally got to Ruby, and then it turns out she has a trap which fucking bombards us with fucking radio waves, and that's just it. With some fucking science mumbo jumbo which doesn't ring true to me. That also really took me out of it. The game's been unhinged, but it's been grounded. So then you come out with some random shit like that, and that kind of took me out of that moment. Because that chase was really good for me. Because I felt like that chase has really come across as part, due to my actions, due to my investigation, That was where all of the dots had been leading up to, and then it's kind of like, oh, what the fuck is this science mumbo jumbo? And then she's gone, and I was fine with that, but. And also, the tribunal was a very cool sequence. That was handled really well. But that kind of just took me out of it at that moment, and then that ending right there, that last segment was so strange. Is there like an extended quest to a cryptozoologist? Because we barely touched that. That wasn't there that whole time. She was nice, but of course we only saw that fella once. Dev said the reason you can't kiss or romance Kim, despite the homoerotic implication of that relationship being very deliberate and acknowledged, is that desires are more potent when they're left unfulfilled. That's it. Yeah, jump up. Oh, you can talk to a phasmid, apparently. I'm just reading Reddit and stuff too. Game is okay, ending was horrendous. I don't mind like the ending being unsatisfactory. What I mind is it was fucking weird. See, it felt like with our chase of Ruby, it felt like we were finally building up to a conclusion to a case. And then with Tribunal, that was a really tense scene, which is also the ultimate climax of the social aspects of the case. And then the island was the actual solving of the case, but then it's just blindsided by this bizarre fucking scene of a policeman showing up. Like, I straight up would have preferred it if that scene just wasn't there. I prefer it if it just wasn't there. And at the end of the game was just taking the fellow onto a boat and leaving. That scene was so weird, and it does not feel like anything we did with Kim matters. You had a couple of lines about a couple of things we did, but like the bribe from Everard, none of that mentioned. It was just a couple of things. And by the sounds of it, he says good things no matter what. This game was fucking hilarious, though. This might be like the second funniest game I've ever played behind Elysium Files. I would absolutely recommend Elysium Files before this, though, actually. Though this is a much more unique experience, but I definitely preferred Elysium Files' characters, story, everything, quite frankly, about Elysium Files, except for art style. And also polish. Elysium Files obviously has a distinct lack of polish in many areas. Where I mean, this game has a lot of political stuff going on. which I will be honest and say I don't have enough worldly experience to comment on. Alright, an article from The Gamer. The ending is beyond repair, literally. It is possible if you do certain specific things during the autopsy, like dumping the body in the fridge, to discover the body itself. But for the most part, it feels like the answer is this random character you've never met shot him. So if we didn't discover the bullet like that, would have completely changed it. We wouldn't have known that he was shot, and we would have thought it was hanging all the way up until the end. Is that accurate? The cryptid is a nihilistic beast, one nobody is sure is even real, who is living on the island and affecting the deserters' thoughts. It is the cause of a pale, something mentioned several times throughout the game without much explanation, a phenomenon that is celebrated now in the minds of the citizens of Martinez. Eventually it will consume the world and humanity will cease to exist. It's also through cryptid that he can discover more about how his wife, who turns out not to have been his wife at all, but a love from a long time ago, he has never gotten over. Okay. Both the deserter and the cryptid confess to their role in the murder willingly. During the gunfire-laden chaos of a tribunal, you'll need to pass 2 reaction speed checks, or wear a T-500 cuirass to soak one of the 2 bullets fired at you. After enduring the second shot, you'll be incapacitated no matter what until you regain consciousness briefly, at which point a true test of Kim's trust in you will follow. While Kim tries to put pressure on your wound, a medium authority check will occur, allowing you to warn him of one of the mercenaries behind him and raise his fire. Depending on Kim's overall trust in you so far, you can receive +1, +2, -1, or -2. We got +2! So we had maximum Kim. Fuck yeah. Maximum Kim. You can then finish the game, and should your reputation with Kim still be high by debriefing at the game's end, you'll get the opportunity to recruit Kim for Precinct 41. Kuno can volunteer if you've played your cards right with him. Damn, so it seems like it's considered the norm for you to actually get to talk to the Phasmid at the end there. We didn't get that. Did we miss a lot from that? Wasn't it a 3% for us? That seems like a pretty difficult check to pass, actually. Not an easy one, it seems like a really hard one. Why would that be considered the norm? Ensuring that you've spoken with Phasmid won't change the pathing you're entering at this point, but it does offer key clarification that can be understood as existing and gain you a truer ending and understanding your plot. Without the Phasmid, your detective wouldn't be able to deduce the pheromones he gave off likely affecting drows, and debilitating his mind to a point of committing murder, which makes the Phasmid out to be somewhat instigator of the entire plot of the game. Right, so it's cool that the game deliberately intends for a no alcohol run to be a thing. I'm definitely glad I did that. Is it possible to not encounter a cryptid? Okay, now I want to do some investigating.
images. A kind of darkness being intruded upon. Transient, deep, noise. Shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. A swirl of sounds. Tiny vibrations on the inside of my organs. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of an nirvana. Weightless. So light. It only feels like something to be in. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing.
Not meeting Phasmid. Is this right before we head back?
The greasy old.
Maybe it's better to get back to the mainland.
Okay, never mind, okay. I just thought somebody suggested that there might have been a second dream there. Okay. Right, I should probably end stream though anyway. This is really This was really interesting. Really fun. The ending, I was really liking that, but I thought maybe that the discussion with the guy maybe went on a little bit too long. I don't think it needed to be an hour long. I thought that final scene completely fucking balked that ending for me. That really took me out of it completely. But I'm definitely glad I played this. This is really good.